All rise.
Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Court officer, can you please call the case?
Good morning, Your Honors. This is file number KCBC 2020-05, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Salih Mustafa.
Thank you. Let us see. I will call the appearances. Mr. Prosecutor, who is present for the SPO?
Good morning, Your Honors. Good morning, everyone. The prosecution team is represented today by Silvia Dascoli, Associate SPO Prosecutor, Julie Mann, our case manager for today, Agathe Tregaro, she's our intern, and my name is Cezary Michalczuk, I'm the SPO Prosecutor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Victims' Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honours, and good morning everybody. The participating victims are today represented by Brechtje Vossenberg as co-counsel and by myself, Annie Poes, as counsel. Thank you.
Thank you. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Defense is represented by Mr. Betim Shala, my co-counsel, Fatmi Pillai, investigator and interpreter, myself, Julius von Bonnet, and in the courtroom today is also Mr. Mustafa.
Thank you. And for the record, you are appearing before trial panel 1. Today we will hear the testimony of defense witness 300, Mr. Ahmed Ademi. Before that, I would like to address 2 issues and I would like to give an oral order. The first issue, the panel notes that the SPO has disclosed already on Thursday, 24th of March, the material that it intends to use during its cross-examination of witness 300. We also noted that the defense has already shared on legal workflow the documents that it intends to use in the examination of witnesses 300, 400 and 500 on Wednesday, 23rd of March, pursuant to paragraph 34 of the decision on the conduct of proceedings. The panel appreciates very much receiving such document in advance, and we encourage this practice in the future. The panel further notes that in addition, the defense sent an email yesterday, 27th of March at 11:40, indicating which items it intends to use during such testimonies. The panel reminds defense counsel that the deadline for sending such documents via email is still 5 days before the commencement of the testimony of the witness pursuant to paragraph 34 of the decision on the conduct of proceedings. Very well. Next point is an oral order with regard to the recently disclosed material by the SPO. The panel notes that the SPO has requested the panel's leave to use newly disclosed open source material with witness 300 in cross-examination on Thursday, 24th of March, via email sent at 10 minutes to 5. The panel considers that the SPO has requested leave of the panel in accordance with paragraph 31 of the decision on the conduct of proceedings, and it has indicated why such material was not previously disclosed. The panel finds that the SPO has shown good cause for not disclosing it previously and takes into account that it is open source material. The panel therefore authorizes the SPO to use such material during the cross-examination of defense witness 300. And this concludes the panel's oral order. The third point is the panel notes, defense counsel, the order of the witness testimonies for the months of March and April, as provided in your filing 361, indicating that this week, on the 28th of March, witness 300, the 29th of March, witness 400, and on the 30th of March, witness 500 will be heard. The panel would like to stress that the proposed order may vary, of course, depending on the duration of each testimony. And the panel has decided with the oral order of 9th of March and reference for the record is page 2525, lines 5 to 7 of the transcripts of 9 March, that this week, if possible, 3 witnesses will be heard. And it's the intention of the panel to use, in principle, the whole day in court. And this means that if the testimony of the first witness would finish earlier than 4 o'clock, today the second witness will be called to give his testimony, or a part of it, if possible. Yeah? And reasonable, also today. We will decide depending on the circumstances. And the reason is that we want to try to avoid to fall short of time at the end of the week. Very well, after having said this, we can proceed. I see Mr. Prosecutor standing. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Your Honor, just one issue before we start with the witness. By the end of each month, by the decision of the panel, the parties are obliged to file the request for admission of documents used during the testimonies of their respective witnesses. And as we started this month quite late with the first witness last week, and we're going to continue until the very end of this month with the 3 remaining witnesses, could we, and I'm making this request jointly with the defense, with whom we agreed on that issue, could we request the permission of the panel to file such submissions by the end of next week? Sorry, not next week, by the 8th of March, if possible. By the 8th of March. Sorry, April. I'm a little bit confused with the dates, yes.
No, not a problem.
Next week, 8th of March. 8th of April.
I don't, I will give it one small thought, but I will come back on it, but it seems a very fair request, so let me give it a little thought for the organization. Yes?
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
Something else? Defense counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Defense Counsel. Then we can now proceed with the testimony of witness 300. Madame Court Usher, could we please usher the witness in? Mr. Ademi, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Welcome to...
Yes, but can the witness be asked to speak closer to the mic, please?
Can you speak can you speak louder into the microphone in order for the interpreters to hear you better?
Yes. Understand? Good, thank you. Good.
Mr. Ademi, today we will start with your testimony. Yeah? And you are called to testify in the case of the Specialist Prosecutor versus Salih Mustafa to assist the panel to reach a verdict. Yeah. After you have taken your solemn declaration to tell the truth, you will be asked questions by the defense counsel of Mr. Mustafa, sitting on your right hand. The counsel representing the victims admitted to the procedure, sitting on your left hand, that side. The lawyers for the prosecution, sitting next to the victims' counsel. Do you see them? On the right and on your left hand?
Yes, hi.
At the end, you may also be asked questions by the judges of the panel. Have you understood that? Okay.
Yes.
Provide you with some guidance for answering the questions that you will be asked. Yeah? Mr. Ademi, please listen carefully to each question. And if you don't understand, feel free to ask for the question to be repeated. We want you to tell the truth and to tell us what you saw, what you heard, what you experienced, what you sensed. If you did not see or hear or sensed or experience it yourself, please tell us. Yeah? And tell us how you came to know it. You may not remember all the details of the events, and that is perfectly fine. Just tell us what you remembered. And it's not a problem to say, I don't know, I don't remember. I also remind you that you may object to provide your testimony on issues that might tend to incriminate you pursuant to Rule 151, paragraph 1 of the rules. You have that right. Have you understood all that, Mr. Ademi?
Yes, yes, I understood.
I would like to give you also some practical advice for your testimony, Mr. Ademi. And to begin with, everything that is said here is translated and recorded. So it is important to speak, as I already said, into the microphones, yeah? To speak clearly and to speak at a slow pace, because in that way the interpreters can translate better. You should only start speaking when the person asking you a question has finished. So even if you feel this eagerness to answer, wait till the question has finished. And when a question is asked, please count in your head up till 5 and only then give your answer. And this pause of 5 seconds is essential to translate, to hear, to translate, and to record what you've said. And if you have any questions, if you need a break, you can just raise your hand, and then I will give you the floor, and you can say what your needs are. Is that understood?
Yes, it is.
As we must do with every witness, I will now ask you to read your solemn declaration to tell the truth. And I remind you that it is an offense, Mr. Ademi, it's an offense within the jurisdiction of the specialist chambers to give false testimony. Do you understand this?
Yes, I do.
You have already given him the text. Please, Mr. Ademi, please read the text provided to you.
Okay. Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Thank you, Mr. Ademi. You are now under oath to tell the truth. Yes? Very well. Now, we can now begin, Defense Counsel, with the testimony of Mr. Ademi, starting with you, Defense Counsel. You have estimated 2 hours for your questioning, Defense Counsel. And as usual, please inform the panel of any changes in this regard for planning purposes. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Witness.
Good morning.
Could you speak a little bit more into the microphone because it's hard to hear you.
Na rregull.
Okay.
Mr. Witness, I would like to go back to the period of the conflict that was in Kosovo in 1998 and 1999. And during the period of the war, could you indicate to us what you actually were doing in that period of time?
Po,
Yes. During the war period, I worked with the Kosovo Red Cross from the age of 28 up to 1997. I worked there. In 1997, they dismissed us from work, and then we operated illegally, so we set up a Red Cross office for Kosovo to help our population. The Serbian Red Cross at that time, as I said, fired us in 1997. Together with Professor Yusuf Dedushe and other members, we opened an office, our own office for the Red Cross, which operated in Pristina, I would say all over Kosovo.
And within Pristina, where in Pristina did you, together with Mr. Yusuf Dedushay, set up these offices or places? So where in Pristina?
Ne ndodheshim në Prishtinë e Zyrë.
We had our office in a private home in the direction of Gërmia neighborhood, in the vicinity of the high school, gymnasium. That's where we settled and set up our office for the Red Cross for Kosovo then. And we engaged in our activities.
That private home in or near Germia, was that your own private home?
Jo,
No,
shtëpia jo nuk ka qenë.
it was not my home. It belonged to an Albanian who allowed us to use it for our activity as the Red Cross office.
Where was your own house? Was that also within Pristina? And if so, where in Pristina was that?
Po në shtëpinë e kom pas
My house it belonged to me, but from where we worked, it is about about 1 kilometer and 200-300 meters away from where we worked.
And you said that the private house from which you operated was in Germia. Could you tell us where Germia is? I understand it's in Pristina, but I mean, is that north, east, south, west, or is it in the center? Where is that?
How could I say? I think it was in the south. I don't know how to explain, but I think it was in the south.
Just a practical issue, Your Honor. This thing seems to be broken. I would like to have another one, if that's possible.
Of course, Defense
Yes,
Counsel. And I think it will help us, all of us,
Yes.
because there's a lot of noise coming through the microphone. Is that better?
Yes. And the private home that you were using, was that one of the offices? And if so, and if not, did you set up also offices in other places, offices of the Red Cross?
Yes, we had another office in Dardania, which existed until 1998. It was there that the late Dr. Shpatim Robay worked. I worked there too as his assistant. In the Dardania neighborhood, there was another office near the school of a high school or gymnasium, as we call it. So actually, we had two offices in Pristina.
And was there any differences in these offices, or these offices that you are saying in Dardania and near the high school, were these also set up in private homes, or were they set up in a different structure?
From Dardania to the road that leads to Germia near the gymnasium, it was a long way for us, because we had to work, so to say, underground, if you like. So it was quite a distance for us to go from one office to another. Sometimes we had some problems. We had to be very careful.
No, he has not, so I'll ask him again. My question was, these offices, were they also located in a private home, or were they in a different kind of building? You spoke in Germia about a private home from an Albanian person. How did you get the other offices? Or
In Dardania, it was the office of the Red Cross. It was also the International Red Cross located there, along with Kosovo Red Cross. So there were some international staff and some Albanian staff working there. In Dardania, it was located in a home, local home.
Defense Counsel, could we specify more the the time frame in which we are talking, in which the witness is talking, because I think it's unclear for now.
Was the first private home in Germia, the office in Germia, was that the first one, so to speak, that you set up yourself?
Zürane Garmi,
The Gurmia office was the second that we set up. After the Dardania one, where the doctor and the other staff were settled. But because they were short of space, they opened the other one, the other office in Gurmia, to have more working space and to be in better conditions to work.
You said that in Dardania it was until 1998 when Dr. Spetim worked there. And from when was that actually existing? When did that start to come in existence in Dardania?
në Tardaniu fillon në
In Dardania, we set it up in 98, early 98. But the late Spetim Robai was dead because of a mine with some other stuff. They met a mine and they got killed. So with Yusuf Dedusha, we agreed to open up the second office in Gurmia. In a private home.
When was that? Sorry, Defense Counsel, but
në
This happened in 1997 and 1998.
set up.
zyra 2 të kry
The second office was set up in 98.
në vitin në
In 98, how can I say, the beginning of March or April. But I can't remember accurately.
And was the office in Dardania, did that stop to exist, or did it continue to exist with other people working in it?
pas vdekjes së ndi
After the death of Dr. Spetim Lodej, the office was closed and we continued to operate in the other office because the life became very difficult for us. It was very dynamic and we worked with a reduced staff in this office, the Red Cross office for Gurmia.
I understand. Just want to get back to the fact, what was the reason that you said that the Serbia Red Cross fired us? Could you tell us a little bit more about that? Because
We were Albanians and as such they fired us in 97 just because we were Albanian. All of us, they fired all of us. And only the Serbs were left there. We got together, some of us, and with Yusuf Dedushe, Professor Yusuf, we decided to set up those two offices. The first one was closed, so we were left only with the Gurmia one, because the Serb Red Cross didn't. We didn't want the Serb Red Cross to know what we were doing. As I said, they fired us.
And the was the Serbian Red Cross, did that continue to operate?
Kyçük Sër ka vazhduar punën Kryqëzimi i Kosovës ka vazhduar të punojë punën deri në vitin 1999.
There's no
The Serbian Red Cross continued to operate, whereas the Albanian Red Cross, that is the Red Cross of Kosovo, continued to operate until 1999.
And could you tell us actually why it was necessary to set up a Kosovo Red Cross rather than that the Serbian Red Cross would function?
As staff with Yusuf Dedusha, we saw it fit to open the Kosovo Red Cross so that we could meet the needs of the Albanian population and help them with clothing, with medication, bedding, and everything that you can help with.
And was it not possible for the Albanian population to get this material that you just said from the Serbian Red Cross?
We could not get in. Could not get supplied by the Serbian Red Cross with clothing, blankets, milk for the children. And one of the reasons for that was that they hated the Albanian population.
And when you set up the office in... by the way, just let me ask one question. You said Dr. Špetim, he died at some point. Do you actually recall when he died, if you can?
Dr. Špetim Robaj, in the morning in 1998, set off with his staff to help the population.
Defense Counsel, your question was when?
That's right.
Yes. Mr. Ademi, please answer the question when. We don't need the whole story. Just answer what the Defense Counsel is asking you. Yeah, and that's also a more general remark.
So let me repeat my question, Mr. Witness. My question to you was, do you recall when Dr. Špetim actually died? And with when, I mean the year or the month or whatever you can recall.
Dr. Shfutim Robaj ka
Shpatim Robai passed away in 1998. As for the month, I can't remember exactly which month it was.
Coming back to the Kosovo Red Cross that you set up, how would you get medical supplies? From who would you receive your medical supplies?
ne pajisët
We received medical supplies through donations. There was a fund called Homeland Calling, and we had a pharmacy nearby from where we would get the medication. We would get medical supplies from other donors as well.
And once you would have these medical supplies, how would these medical supplies then would be distributed?
Once we would get the medical supplies, at the time there were 7 of us working, we would distribute those supplies in various areas.
And could you tell us in which areas that would be? To name a few or a number of examples, if you recall.
We distributed the medication in the Drenica area, Lap area, Golak area, and Karadak and Jiran.
And could you say, if we speak about Drenica area, taking Pristina as a point of reference, could you locate Drenica, the Drenica area? Is that north, east, south, west? Which direction is it?
Drenica I don't know how to explain it. I think it is in the western part or northern part, if I'm not mistaken. To the north. I find it difficult to explain things in terms of north, east, west, south.
And I understand that. I just want to try one other one. The Gilan area, which area would that be taking position from Pristina? Which direction would that be, or towards which village or town would that be?
Defense Counsel,
Yes.
just for my understanding, Gilan area, when did the witness mention that?
Yes.
Okay. Oh yeah, now I see it. Thank you. Thank you. Please continue.
Jiran town is in the direction of the border with Serbia, Medveđa, Prešev, and Bujanovc towns.
Thank you very much. That distribution to these areas, how would that go in practice? Would people come, or would you go there? And if so, how would these supplies arrive there?
Po, shpërndarjen e kemi
The distribution of supplies was very difficult for us. Some of the supplies would be distributed by ourselves and some would be picked up by population. These supplies included medication, foodstuffs, milk for children. If the locations were nearby, we would go with the backpacks full of supplies and distribute those supplies in the villages.
Possible that you would give it to certain people in order that they would go in a particular direction and bring it there? So what I'm trying to say is, would you have the help of people who would distribute them for you in those areas?
po ka pasur edhe
There were designated persons who would come to get the supplies from us and distribute those supplies further on in villages, towns, and so forth.
Now you say that it was very difficult to distribute them. First of all, let's get this in time. And was there a particular time that it became more and more difficult to distribute these supplies? And if so, which period of time was that?
koha më e vështirë ka
The most difficult time period was when we would go out on the ground and we had no means to carry the supplies in good order, and this included both 98 and 99, when we were faced with many difficulties.
And could you tell what was the exact difficulty to what made it so difficult to get these materials to the arrival place?
po vështirësia për
It was difficult for us because as Kosovo Red Cross we operated clandestinely. We had to distribute these supplies, but we did it underground. Had we been caught or detected by the Serbian police or army, we would be ill-treated. That's why we had to operate clandestinely.
Mm-hmm. And what was it actually controlled? Was it possible in that period of time that by military police or the army, by the military or the police, that people would be that people would be more hesitant to go with these supplies somewhere. What kind of danger would they possibly meet?
Our volunteers who operated on the ground and we ourselves had difficulties. We didn't have means of transport to distribute the supplies to certain points because we were always scared of the Serbian police. That's why we would take the supplies secretly, trying not to be seen by the police forces so that they wouldn't know what we were carrying, all those supplies for the population, medication, foodstuffs, diapers, milk, and so forth. So we always took this risk with us. So there was not a single time that we would distribute supplies without fear.
Would people actually be checked in that period of time?
Po,
Yes. They were checked, the population were checked on the roads, on the streets. I was also stopped, checked, interrogated in the middle of the street and beaten.
Sir, do you recall the NATO bombings of 1999?
In 1999, if I'm not mistaken, the airstrikes began on the 23rd or 24th. It was approximately around that date that the airstrikes began, in March.
Speaking about that time, did it become, after the NATO strikes, even more difficult to get the supplies to the intended place of arrival?
Of course. It became more difficult with the commencement of the NATO airstrikes because the Serbian forces became more aggressive, more furious, and for us it became more difficult to go out and operate on the ground.
You said that the Serbian forces became more aggressive and more furious. How would you notice that? Or how could that be noticed?
It could be noticed immediately after the beginning of the airstrikes. The Serbian police and military forces, they became angry why NATO is bombing, and they began to see us as an aggressor, and that's why they became more aggressive towards our population. They began to beat people, to offend them, to use offensive language against them.
And apart from that, what would you hear from the people about that when you will be working in your office? Would people tell you about it? What happened to them?
Zakonisht popullata kur vike
Usually, the population, after the starting of the airstrikes, did not come to the offices of the Red Cross. They were afraid because there was a police point near the Red Cross offices, and that's why the population was scared to come to our offices to get supplies.
kemi dëgjuar.
And it is true that we heard various stories from them about them being beaten and scared.
And you said there was a police point which was near the offices. What would you actually experience when you would need to pass such a police point?
Po ne në atë kohë kur
At the time, after the beginning of the airstrikes, I, for example, had to go passing a yard after yard to get to the Red Cross offices. We didn't dare go out in the main street because of the Serbian police forces, so we had to use this sort of route to get to our office, to go backyard after backyard and reach our offices.
godinave.
I'm talking about the period after the airstrikes.
So,
Yes.
is that an answer to your question? I thought it was related to the police point.
My question was indeed, and I think it has been answered, that it was very difficult to reach, as the gentleman had to go from backyard to backyard to reach his office.
No.
So that I
What
think
would you actually experience when you would need to pass such a police point?
Did you ever pass, or did you ever need to go through such a police point? Or if not, why would you avoid it?
Pati punktet të
We had to avoid it because if we used that route, they would stop you, they would search you, take your things, they would beat you, and they could also kill you. That's why we had to take this other route in order to avoid the police checkpoint that was there.
And in Pristina, were there many of these types of checkpoints?
po ka pasën,
Yes, there were.
pasën të
There was one at the technical school, as we call it. There was another one at the road leading to the Lab Mosque, as we call it. There were many checkpoints in various locations, police checkpoints.
And would that make it more difficult to supply the materials to the people who were needing those materials?
Po sigurisht që më vështirë.
Of course, it made it more difficult. We had to take smaller roads to avoid the main ones where the Serbian forces were stationed. So we had to take longer routes to reach the destinations where we had to bring our supplies.
You said that you had no means of transportation. Do you mean that most of these things would go simply by walking there with supplies?
Defense counsel, could you ask a question without already formulating the answer? And I've also noticed that we have had already some leading questions, so try not to put your answer in your question. Please proceed.
So my question was, you had no means of transportation, so how would you ensure that you would get the supplies to its destination?
Nëpërmes vullnetarëve.
We didn't have transport. There was a colleague, she had a vehicle. He was the only one who had a vehicle and would come and get the supplies and distribute it with his vehicles. But the rest of us, the volunteers, we would distribute the supplies, carrying them on our backpacks, passing through hills and forests so that we could get the supplies to the villages.
Going to areas, would that be done in the daytime or in the evening or in the nighttime? When would be the best opportunity then to distribute those?
Before the airstrikes, we would do that during the day as well. We would usually distribute the supplies during the day and up until evening, and then in the evening we would go back to our houses.
Airstrikes? My question was, and how was that after the airstrikes?
The situation after the NATO airstrikes was very difficult. We had to carry on our backs the backpacks, heavy backpacks with supplies, and distribute them to the population. A backpack would weigh 30 to 40 kilograms. And these backpacks would be taken to the points, the distribution points where the population was most in need.
And did you ever have trouble with yourself with Serbian police concerning distribution of material?
Defense counsel, did we get an answer to after the airstrikes when it was distributed? I didn't hear that. I heard a declaration and a testimony about the weight of the backpacks, but your question was after the airstrikes when, wasn't it? So
it's true.
So I would like to.
It is more difficult, at least, but I'll ask the question again. My question was, could that be still done in the daytime, or would that be done on a different time then, after the airstrikes, the distribution?
We did also during the daylight. It happened to me personally in Charles village, Drenas commune, a municipality. I was carrying some 40 kilograms on my backpack, and I was walking towards my destination. Then I was seen by the Serb forces. They shot at us. I was afraid, so I threw away my backpack and I rolled over down the hill and I broke my hip. And so, with great difficulty, I walked about 15 minutes until in the vicinity of the village. I went to a private home and I took my position there. We did have great difficulties indeed.
So
Yes.
no, but I'm going to talk to the witness, Mr. Ademi. When a question is asked to you, yeah, please try to answer the question, yeah, because what now is happening is that we are grateful for your testimony, but at the same time you're telling a lot of things that are not directly related to the questions that the defense counsel is asking you. So if you are asked, yeah, if you are asked if after the airstrikes, yeah, when you, if you would not be doing it only during the daytime, but also at other moments, please answer that question, yeah. We were talking about time during the day, during the evening, during the night. So now I will give the floor back to the defense counsel to ask the questions, but try to pay attention to that, please.
So,
Thank you.
could you finally answer that question then? What would be the best time, or after the airstrikes, to actually supply those, make those undertakings, those routes? Which part of the day or night would that be done?
We could do that during the day, but also at night. Most of them we did during the day, but sometimes we continued until the night.
And you just spoke about something that happened to you, that you were with a backpack. I'm not sure where I read it, but yes.
Page 23, line 8,
Yes.
9.
Yes. You just spoke about what happened to you in Shala village, and did these kind of things also happen to your co-workers who were in the office in Gurmia? Did they tell you about that? Did you hear from them similar stories?
Po, kam dëgju.
Yes, I did. But I, as I said, had this unfortunate incident, but thank God nothing happened to my colleagues. They faced difficulties, of course.
Difficulties would they face?
Udhëtimit.
Difficulties related to travel, to having to carry these backpacks, which were heavy with supplies, and they had difficulties to go to certain places.
Did it happen that things were actually confiscated from these people?
Për sa di unë, jo.
To my knowledge, no. They couldn't. They didn't carry something, let's say, important, like other than medication, milk, diapers, humanitarian aid. I don't think that these things were confiscated from them.
S'm kujtohet saktësisht.
Maybe yes, but I don't remember.
When you spoke earlier about the distribution, you spoke also about that it would go to the Gulag area. Was there a particular area in the Gulag area that it would go to?
Në Gulag,
In Gulag, there were people and volunteers working there, and the volunteers took the people and to various areas, Ketchakol and other places, Lucar. They accompanied the people to these other places that I mentioned.
After the airstrikes, did you notice that the people would be going on the move from their houses from Pristina?
po,
Yes, there was a displacement of population. People were displaced from one neighborhood to another, from one place to another. For example, in my neighborhood, the population grew in number because of other displaced people coming and settling there. So the number grew. And people were scared of police attacks, being maltreated by the police.
Was there other occasions that you were maltreated by police?
po se që thash më.
As I said earlier, this happened once when they caught me and beat me up and took away 50 marks that I had on me. So they beat me up, they took the marks, Deutsch marks, and asking me, why are you carrying Deutsch marks when you are in Serbia? We don't use Deutsch marks here. We have the Serbian currency. So that's it.
When this was? Was this before? Was this after the airstrikes? Or when was that in time?
Mirë. Kjo ka ndodhur
This happened before the NATO airstrikes.
And could you tell us what exactly happened at that time?
Yes, they beat me, maltreated me, took away the money I had on me, and then they let me go. And I went on my way and continued my work.
Did you get actually any help from the International Committee of the Red Cross? Was there any contact between your Kosovo Red Cross and the International Red Cross?
As Kosovo Red Cross, we were not officially recognized by the International Red Cross because there was, in the meantime, the Serb Red Cross in Kosovo. But now and again, we received donations and supplies like bandages, medication, diapers for the population.
Allow me to interrupt you. Mr. Prosecutor, you were standing before. Do you still want to have the floor?
No, Your Honor, I just wanted at some point to request the Council to ask more clear questions. For example, the question was what happened at that time, and it was not clear whether the question was about what happened at that time to the witness or what happened at that time in Pristina after NATO started their strikes. So it was not super clear, but the answer was given in the context of what happened to the witness. So I think this is water under the bridge.
I allowed the question because I understood it that it was a follow-up question on the answer before. But
if this was Your Honor's understanding, this is then fine. Thank you.
Please proceed, Defense Counsel.
When the NATO airstrikes happened, could you stay in the house where you were living yourself?
Yes, I lived there, but with difficulty. At one moment, police forces came there, and they maltreated my wife and my 4-year-old son. And out of fear, I climbed up to the roof, and from there I could see what was going on. I could see them beating my wife and my family. And from that time onwards, and my son isn't feeling very good because of the trauma.
And I understand that this was after the NATO airstrikes. And could you tell us how long after the airstrikes this was? Do you recall that?
As far as I know, it was sometime by the end of March of '99, I think. Or maybe the middle of March. I can't be very accurate.
But you're sure? Are you sure it was after the airstrikes?
Mr. Witness, can you take off your headphones, please? Can you take off? Mr. Demi, please take off your headphones. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor, and I see your question coming.
The issue was that on page 28 of the transcript, we can see that to the question when it happened, that beating of the wife and the child of the witness, the answer in line 6 to 7 is that, as far as I know, it was sometime by the end of March of 1999, I think, or maybe the middle of March. I can't be very accurate. So I think this was the answer of this witness. And now, if it's proceeded by the question, but was it after the NATO strike, it somehow now puts to the witness how he should answer. We have it black and white in the record. That's my objection, Your Honor, to that question of the defense counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. Defense counsel, I see Mr. Prosecutor's point, and you can ask an open question, but as I said before, try not to insert in your questions the answers you might think the witness will give or needs to give.
Well, the answer was sometime by the end of March of 1999, and then afterwards he says in the middle of 1999. Earlier he said that the airstrikes were the 23rd and 24th of March, which I wanted to make sure whether this was before or after the airstrikes. That is the entire point of clarifying the timeline, what this gentleman is talking about regarding this incident.
But
So-
apparently he doesn't know very exactly, so
Well, that's why I'm asking.
yes, but not by inserting a kind of leading question.
Yeah.
Maybe you can ask if there was a reference point in time, or you ask it in an open way. Was it before or after? But that's not the way you formulated it.
Okay. So, Mr. Witness, this incident that
No,
you...
let defense counsel.
Yes.
I'm first going to ask the witness to put on his headphones, and
Oh,
then
sorry.
we can proceed. Mr. Witness, can you hear me fine?
Paul?
Yes.
A question that was going to be posed to you, and in order not to influence you, we ask you to take off your headphones. And we might do that again. Do you understand me?
Pause, pause.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense counsel, please proceed.
Yes. So do you recall when this incident at your at the house of you took place?
Incidenti kanë ndodhen
I think, if I'm not mistaken, the incident occurred during the bombardment, when the police came and beat up my wife and my child with a small hatchet.
Defense counsel, we are approaching 11 o'clock in 10 minutes. So I
Yes.
just want to give you a heads up.
I would like to, at this point, refresh the mind of the witness, and I, in this respect, would like to ask to pull up page 5 of the statement of the witness.
Defense counsel,
Yes.
But could you not first ask the question? And if he doesn't remember, then we can always refresh his mind. But just ask an open question, and then we see. But already calling up a prior witness and reading it out without even having asked him, I don't think.
I think I've asked the question, to be quite honest, Your Honor, and I think that the witness also spoke about this incident, and at some point was a little bit different in his answer than in the statement that he made. So therefore, I think I tried.
Defense counsel, I will ask Mr. Ademi to take off his headphones again. Could you take off your headphone again, Mr. Ademi? Thank you. Maybe there's a misunderstanding, defense counsel.
Yes.
I just heard you say, I'm going to refresh his memory, but I didn't understand to what you were referring, because for me it came now out of the blue. But if you say it has already been discussed, you might first say what it was that you already discussed, and he apparently gave another answer to, and then of course I can allow you to call up the prior statement. But for me, for now, it's not clear.
The incident is the incident, what happened to his family. He goes up to the attic, and I asked the question when that was, that incident, and he spoke about towards the end of March, in the beginning. Then he said the middle of March, and that's why I wanted to refresh his mind, because in his statement, I think it was clear that it was after NATO bombings, as he said in the statement. So in order to make that clear, I just want to pull up that part of his statement and refresh the mind, or whether he said it in that manner.
Defense counsel, now you have made it clear in what context you want to refresh the mind of the witness. So you may proceed after I have asked the witness to put on his headphones again. Mr. Mr. Ademi has put on his headphones again, and defense counsel, you may proceed.
So if we can put up the statement of the witness. It is page 5 of the statement, and it is in the second paragraph.
Can you give the ERN number?
Oh, the ERN number is, Your Honor, Fatmir, what's the ERN number there? Where's my binder? English and Albanian.
DSM 00680. That's Albanian, and you want the English one?
And the Albanian version of it. I think,
It is DSM 00452
the only numbers that we...
and DSM 00680. Will that do, court officer? Okay.
Mr. Witness, I will cite an answer that you gave when I questioned you, and the question was, from the moment of the NATO bombings, where did you actually live? And I mean stay and sleep at night. And your answer was, I would stay one night in my own house, on other times at my brother's house, both in Pristina. One day, the Serbian police came to my house. They beat my wife and my 4-year-old son in the front yard. And it was in the attic, and I was in the attic, unable to do anything about it. This was after the NATO bombings. And my question is, when you read and when you heard this, what I just cited, does that refresh your mind?
Mr.
Portas.
Ademi, please wait a moment. Sorry to ask you again to take off your headphones. Mr. Prosecutor, I see you standing.
I don't object to the question. I don't object to putting this statement to the witness, but I would kindly ask Your Honors to remove it right now from the screen for the witness to see, because the remaining part of the same paragraph deals with a certain events that is not still in evidence, and I wouldn't like the witness to simply read it.
I can agree to that. So, court officer, could you take it off? At least in a, yeah, thank you. Defense counsel, please proceed.
So I just cited that paragraph, Mr. Witness. Does that refresh your mind about the time that this So, Mr. Witness, I just cited the question and the answer to that question that you gave, and about the moment that this, or the day, or the time that this incident took place. My question is, does this refresh your mind?
Yes. Yes.
Moment to stop, Your Honor.
Yes, but
Oh.
for me it's not clear
Oh.
what is refreshed. He has said that it has refreshed, but I don't know anything else now.
Yes. So is it correct that this incident then took place, as you said there in this statement, that this incident took place after the NATO bombings?
Yes. I'm completely sure that this incident happened after the NATO bombing, when KLA members, 3 persons, came to me. They visited us.
Is not whether there were 3 KLA people coming to you. The question was the incident that took place with your family in the yard. Did that incident take place after the NATO airstrikes in Kosovo?
The incident occurred during the attack, during the NATO strikes, with my family.
In your statement at that time, you said it was after the NATO bombings, and today you say it is during the NATO bombings. Could you explain why, or how does this, how you explain this difference?
Your Honor, it is possible, because a long time has passed since then, it is possible that I don't recall very well what happened. It is also likely that this happened after the NATO strikes, or before, but I am not completely sure. I have forgotten. A long time has passed. Maybe I said what is written there.
clear, I would say.
Okay, I think so too. And then maybe this is the time for the break. Maybe a logic moment.
Thank you, Defense Counsel. Madam Court Usher, I kindly ask you to assist the witness in exiting the courtroom. Mr. Ademi, we will have a break for half an hour, and then you will be called to come back, and we continue with your testimony. Okay?
În regulă.
Okay.
We will break and we will resume in 30 minutes. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Very well. Let us call appearances. I see that we are in the same composition. So that is noted for the record. Before I have the witness ushered in, a small point with regard to the request, the joint request made. The panel notes the joint request of the SPO and the SPO requesting to submit by Friday 8th of April their application for the admission of material used during their respective questioning of the witnesses whose testimony was completed within the month of March 2022. The panel notes that, pursuant to paragraph 37 of the Decision on the Conduct of Proceedings, which is filing 170, applications for the admission of any material used during the questioning of a witness should be submitted at the latest on the last working day of the calendar month in which the witness has completed his or her testimony. However, in light of the sitting schedule during late March 2020, the panel considers that the SPO and the defense have shown good cause for their request and, pursuant to Rule 9, paragraph 5A of the rules, decides to extend the time limit for such submissions to Friday, 8 April 2022. Okay, now we have the witness ushered in. Madam Court Usher, could you please bring the witness in? Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you.
Defense Counsel, I was informed that you have used 1 hour and 15 minutes of the time allocated to you. You have the floor to continue with the questioning.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Is the witness? You stated earlier today, that is page 18, line 24, that in 1999, if I'm not mistaken, the airstrikes began on the 23rd and the 24th of March. And my question is, to be perfectly clear, it was not on that day, was it, that the incident with your family took place? I mean the 23rd and the 24th of March.
Defense Counsel, can you please take off your headphones, Mr. Witness? I see you standing, but you have the floor, but we might be saying the same thing. Mr. Prosecutor, please.
Your Honor, first of all, the question is leading. Second of all, the witness, before the break, already gave his answer, and this answer can be specifically found on page 35, lines 3 and 7. So it's, it also could be considered as asked and answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. Defense Counsel, I won't allow you to ask this question. We have discussed it thoroughly before the break, and I agree that it is leading and it's also repetitive. So please proceed to a next question.
Yes, Your Honor. However, I would like to proceed with the question. I would like to explain you why. Because whether it is the word during the airstrikes of during the airstrikes could be confusing. The airstrike lasts for until June 1999, and when I asked the question, I wanted to make clear that the answer of the witness is when he is saying during the airstrikes, that we do not mistakenly understand that that would be on that particular day that the airstrikes start in Pristina. Yeah? And the answer is during the airstrikes, so that is during the period. The question was earlier spoken by the witness that it is towards the end of March. To me, that is clear. But in order to avoid any misunderstanding regarding this, I want to ask the question and to exclude that he means it is on the 23rd or the 24th that that incident takes place. The airstrikes start on the 23rd and the 24th of March, that's what he said. And then he says during that, earlier said towards the end of March. I just wanted to exclude that we will understand that it would be on that particular day that that incident with his family took place. Now, if counsel, prosecutor, understands it the same way, that it is not on the 23rd, 24th, that this is taking place, then I don't need to use this question. I just want to make sure that we are on the same page on this issue. We don't get a difference in interpretation of what the answer to that question would be. So that's why is my question.
I would like to remind you that in the end, it's very important what the parties and the participant make of the statement, but in the end, we will decide on on what it is. So that goes that is important till a certain level. But Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Your Honours. I'm far from suggesting the way my learned friend is going to formulate his questions. However, if you take a look at the question that he posed, which is on page 37, lines 2, 3, and 4, this question is, and that day, to be perfectly clear, it was not on that day, was it, that the incident with your family took place, I mean 23rd or 24th? So this question clearly suggests an answer. So maybe there is a way to find the open question on this issue, and we could proceed.
And what would your suggestion in that? Because I don't think
My
I
suggestion
understand.
is to
I understand you completely.
My suggestion is to ask if my learned friend wants to ask about this issue. He should simply use an open question. Okay. That's my suggestion.
Defense counsel, only that, but nothing more, because I think that this topic has been touched upon already almost more than enough.
Okay.
Mr. Witness, could you put up your headphones again? Thank you.
Mr. Witness, earlier today you spoke, you answered a question of me. I asked you the question, when were the airstrikes in 1999? And your answer was on page 18, line 24, in 1999, if I'm not mistaken, the airstrikes began on the 23rd and the 24th of March 1999. So, my question to you is, we spoke about an incident about your family, and I want to make sure, was it on that specific day, the 23rd and the 24th of March 1999, that this incident of your family happened?
incidenten kan doen.
The incident with my family happened that NATO had already begun the airstrikes and the police started entering neighborhoods. And the incident with my family occurred after the beginning of the NATO airstrike.
Thank you very much. And when that incident had occurred, you spoke about that your 4-year-old son was involved in that. What actually was done with your son?
I saw them beating my son's mother, that is my spouse. And from that time on, my son continues to be scared. This trauma is still with him. And they beat my wife.
Okay. And what was actually the reason that they came to your house? Do you know that?
I cannot speak only in person, but they went into every house in the neighborhood and they would maltreat people. They would beat up people, so they did not come only to my house, they went to other houses as well.
I understand. And when this incident had happened, did you get any support from people?
In the meantime, following this incident, as I said, there were people from other areas that had settled in my neighborhood. So, following that incident, members of our army, the Kosovo Liberation Army, came. More precisely, 3 persons came. They came in the evening, they stayed for the day, and they gave us courage, meaning moral support, so that we are not scared. So they gave us the support they could.
And who were these people from the KLA that came to you?
Fatmir Humoli, Salih Mustafa, and a third person, but I don't remember his name, I've forgotten it. But I do remember the names of the other 2. So they came to my neighborhood, they spoke with me personally. They knew that I worked with the Red Cross, so they asked me how things were going. I tried to explain to the extent I could the situation the population was in, the stress they were going through.
Mm-hmm. And where did you go with them?
When they came that evening, they slept in my paternal uncle's house. They stayed there for the night, and the next day we spoke to the population in the neighborhood. Together with them, I visited the population, spoke to people. Salih gave them moral support, told them that there's no reason for them to be afraid, that they had nothing to do with them. They have to deal with us. NATO airstrikes began, so he gave them moral support so that they were no longer afraid, and they stayed until the evening.
And how long, approximately after the incident with your wife and son, was it that they came? If you can say, of course.
By God, I don't remember. I don't remember the exact date. It was end of March, beginning of April. I don't know whether it was the 30th of March or 2, 3, 4 April. I don't remember, but that was the time period when they came to our neighborhood. So it is between the 30th of March and 2, 3, 4 April. All I know, it was end of March, beginning of April.
And did you know the third man, the third person?
That question has already been answered by, at least it has already been said. He said, I didn't know.
Had you ever seen the third person before?
Ja.
No.
How Fatmi and Salih Mustafa were dressed?
They had simple jackets on, nothing special. They had a bag in their hands. They had a notebook in their hand and a pen. This is what I saw. So it was simple gear, but we knew that they were KLA.
What were they interested in?
They only wanted to gather information from the population on how things were going on, whether we were being ill-treated, whether we were having problems, whether someone was maltreating us. So we explained to them these and these are our problems. We told them everything about what was going on in my neighborhood.
And at the time that you spoke with them, did they carry arms?
When we spoke to them, from the moment they came and until they left, we did not see any weapons on them. They had a bag, a handbag, and what was the content of that handbag, I don't know, because I did not see. However, they were not carrying on their body or their shoulder any weapon.
Did you personally go with them to other people that they were speaking to? Or did you just show them? Or could you explain that to us?
When They came, they slept at my paternal uncle's house. The next day, I was with them. We spoke to the population. We talked to the people. Everybody were recounting their own problems. If I'm not mistaken, Fatmir took note of what was being said in this notebook. So he was taking note of the problems that the population was facing. So the population asked them where they should go to for help.
And did they, you said they spoke words of encouragement to you, but what did they say to other people that they were meeting?
The same things they told me. People were asking for help, where to go, what to do. So every single person told their problems to Fatmir and Salih. These are our problems. And they supported the people, spoke good words to them. Don't be afraid. There's no reason to be afraid. They have nothing to do with you. Their only concern is us. So every family was speaking about their own problems in a way to find a relief.
Where did they eventually go? They stayed at the house of your paternal uncle, I understand. And where did they eventually go?
I'm repeating it. They spent that night in my paternal uncle's house. The next morning, we met up and went out to the neighborhood. We spoke to the people the entire day. They gave the population heart and courage. And in the evening, they continued, left.
Defense counsel, I think that the witness has not understood the moment in time you meant, because he's now repeating what you already said, but I think you had something else in mind. So maybe you could be more precise in your question.
You just said that just a minute.
You said, where did they eventually go?
Yes. And
That is page 44, line 3.
yes.
And eventually, I think you should specify eventually.
Yes. Did they tell you where they were going to when they finally left you?
They asked me to bring them to the road that goes towards Lap area. I accompanied them, showed them the road, which road to take from my neighborhood to go towards the Lap area. I know it was evening when they set off. Maybe it was 10, 11 in the evening, I don't know the exact time. They left in the direction of Lap area.
And could you tell us the Lap area, which direction would that be? Would that be north, east, south, or west, taking Pristina as the... Could you clarify that?
I will try. As I mentioned, I find it difficult to orient myself in terms of the sides. I think it was towards north, if I'm not mistaken.
Did they have any means of transportation?
No. They did not have means of transportation. They came on foot, they left on foot.
Was that the only period of time that you saw Salih Mustafa?
I had met with Salih Mustafa 2 or 3 times before that in the offices of the Red Cross, the Gurmia offices. That was before the NATO airstrikes.
To be clear, the NATO airstrikes of the 23rd and the 24th of March. Is that clear? Is that correct?
When I say earlier, it was before the beginning of the NATO airstrikes, whereas in terms of the period after the airstrikes, that was the time when I saw him, when they stayed that night and the next day and then continued towards Lap area.
And did you, when you saw him before, what would he come and do at your office? So.
Are you referring to Salih?
Yes.
Yes, he came earlier to our offices, just like the rest of the population. Salih came and took medical supplies, clothing, foodstuffs. He took these supplies from our offices and distributed them further to where it was needed.
So,
Yes.
in line, what is it? Let me see. Oh, now the translation has changed. It was line 46, page 46, line 6. Are you referring to Salih? But first, it was written as if it was the nickname. Now it has been changed into Salih. So my question is not there anymore. You may proceed.
And did you meet also? Did you also see him after the war?
Yes, I met him by chance in the street. He asked me, "How are you, Red Cross?" I said, "I'm fine, thank you. How are you?" That was it. And again, we met once in a military barracks where the Red Cross, the KFOR forces had an exercise at a border point in Prizren. We met in the courtyard. He greeted me, asked me how I was. I replied I was fine, asked him how he was. That was it.
Do you know actually what he was doing within the KLA?
Parkanas fjalla.
Who are you referring to?
Mustafa.
För Salih Mustafa
What Salih Mustafa, was doing in the KLA, I don't know. I know him as a soldier. As to what he did, that I don't know. I didn't hear anything.
You know what Fatmi Humoli did in the KLA?
Aspar Fatmi Romoğlu
I don't know for him either what he did, what his role was.
When he came to you and he stayed overnight in that house of your paternal uncle, I understand they were taking notes. And what would they do with the information? Did they tell you that, or do you know that?
Defense counsel, I have a question for you. Mr. Witness, can you take off your headphones, please? Defense counsel, we might have to go back to the transcript, but I remember to have heard that the notes were taken the day after when they went to visit the several people in the surrounding, but not in the evening at the paternal uncle home.
Oh,
No,
I
if you-
can
if you-
rephrase it, but the thing is that notes were taken, and the question is actually, what would they do with the information? Would they relay it to anybody or anything?
I understand
So that is
completely.
That is what is it, and whether that is in time on the first day or the second day, I do not. Well, I'm not so interested in that particular time, what they do with the information on day 1 or day 2, but what would they do eventually with the information that they had gathered?
Defense counsel, no, wait. Now, defense counsel, I have understood very good what the purpose of your question was.
Yes.
But if you summarize the witness, putting words he hasn't said or said differently, then I make a problem of it. So you can rephrase the question and leave out the moment. I just ask you to rephrase, if you rephrase it, preferably you make a reference. But if you rephrase it, to do it correctly.
Yeah. I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor. And
The witness has put on his headphones again.
And I'll do that with a step-up question. When Salih and Fatmi and the third man came to you, I understood from you that they listened to your story and they took some notes, or Fatmi Humoli took some notes. Did they tell you actually what they would do with the information that they received from you and other people that they had spoken to?
Yes.
No, they did not. They don't tell us why they were taking notes. But I know that they did take note while listening to our stories. Whoever spoke, they took down notes. As to why they took down these notes, they didn't tell us.
You know whether Fatmi Humoli had any kind of particular position in the KLA?
Nuk e kum ditën.
I didn't know until after liberation. I didn't know what functions either of them had. I didn't know that.
Just want to consult a brief moment, Your Honor. In the period after the incident with your family, until when did you keep working for the Kosovo Red Cross?
Na kemi punuar
I continued working during the war all the time, and I still do work with the Red Cross.
Initially, it was the Red Cross of Kosovo was not working above ground but underground, you said. Was there at any point in time that the Kosovo Red Cross became a formalized an institution of the International Red Cross?
po.
Yes. After the liberation of Kosovo, the main office of the Red Cross now is in the center of Pristina, and it has 26 branches all over Kosovo. It has worked in cooperation with the International Red Cross until even now. There is a representative of the Geneva Red Cross in Pristina. As Red Cross staff, we were under the supervision of Geneva Red Cross until 2010. We were under their supervision. They advised us, they guided us how to act, how to be impartial in our work, and in 2010, how to say, we were recognized by them officially, by the International Red Cross. And now we are independent.
Understand. Did any of the Red Cross people from Kosovo, I mean the Red Cross as you were working with, died in the war?
Përvetëm
The doctor, Shpëtim Robaj, he died. And other persons have died afterwards, but he died during the war.
një ka shku në Francë,
Some of them left, one went to France, another one to Sweden, I think, I'm not sure.
Did the Red Cross have an office in Lucare?
jo.
No.
Vetëm, më falë, po maj?
May I continue?
Kryqëkush
The Red Cross with its volunteers in 2000, if I am not mistaken. Among them was myself. We went to the heroes cemetery, and we attended the burial of 7 members. Anmik was there, and the legal office representatives were there. We dug the holes, the graves, and there were family members there, and the OSCE tried to verify the victims. They set them aside. The others that they couldn't identify, they took them, put them in sacks and took them to Rahovets, where the legal office was based, in order to do a post-mortem to find out through the DNA whose bodies they were. Then they were buried again. Present was K4, the Anmik police, Salih and some soldiers who were there, but wearing only some jackets with KLA emblems without any weapons. They greeted all of us, everyone that was there present, K4, OSCE, and so on. And that's where I saw Salih.
And what actually had happened in Lucare, where these bodies were reburied? What had actually happened there?
In Lucar, there was a murder or killing of people who were taken out of the columns. So they killed some of them, and they buried all the victims in one place, in one grave. And I, Bia, Violsa, went there, and we opened the graves, took out the bodies. Whoever we could identify, we buried. The others, we took them to the mortuary. The OSCE actually did.
To clarify for us, what is the relevancy for the defense case?
I just understood that it's about the maybe the witness can take off the headphones.
Defense, no, Mr. Witness, could you take off your headphones, please? You may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor, the question is just as we at the beginning spoke about in my opening statement, we have a lot of internal displaced people, and one of the roots was also that these internal displaced people took place towards several directions, among them Lukara, which is just next to Pristina, and that indeed during these periods of time, people were not just safe; they would indeed could be picked out of the column or the convoy and could be randomly killed. And that it just gives an indication of the displacement that took place following the NATO airstrikes, and afterwards the mass of people which were going in particular directions. Among those directions was the Gulf area.
and the relation to the indictment?
In relation to the indictment, it does not particularly contain a question that is in the indictment. It just gives the characterization of the amount of people that was on the move. And about those people, many of them fled to or displaced themselves towards the Golak area. So we think, you know, if we have witnesses speaking in the Golak area about internally displaced people, that among those peoples were people following particular routes, Sofalia, Lugar, anywhere in that direction. This is all east of Pristina, Lugar.
Be it as it may, you have heard our question, and I would try to, to keep it all relevant to what you are asking.
Yes. I'm trying to wrap it up, Your Honor, in a manner that makes a little bit sense also for the witness. Just to conclude.
Yes, before we proceed, maybe before the witness puts on his headphones again, just for the record, defense counsel, I want to note that in your second summary regarding the taking notes we just discussed, you said to the witness, summarizing, I understood from you that they listened to your story and they took some notes. And I just want to have on record that on page 43, lines 10 and 60, the witness said, we talked to the people, everybody were recounting their own problems, I'm not mistaken. Fatmir took note of what was being said in this notebook. He was taking note of the problems that the population was facing. So just on record, that is what he said, and that's something slightly different from what you said. You may continue, so I will ask the witness to put on his headphones again. The witness is putting on his headphones again. Please proceed, defense counsel.
Yes, Mr. Witness. You just said that in Lucar there was a murder or killing of people who were taken out of the columns. Page 51, line 1, 2. So these columns, which direction would they go to? These were columns of what? Let me first start with that. Columns of what in these columns?
These were columns made up of Albanian population displaced from their villages to the towns, and from the towns through buses and trains they were being displaced and ousted from Kosovo.
You said that this happened in Lucara, this murder or killing of the people taken out of the columns. From who did you hear that that happened there?
We heard about this case after the liberation of Kosovo. we heard that they killed people and they buried them. And as Red Cross volunteers, we went with our staff to retrieve the bodies from the graves. It was after the war that we learned about what happened then.
In which period of time do you speak when you say after the war?
I think in 2000, when they were reburied, or end of 99, beginning of 2000, that has been the period when that happened.
Did anybody of your family was in the KLA?
None was in the KLA from my family.
And did anybody of your neighbors was maybe in the KLA?
Yes, there were from my neighborhood, 4 or 5, I'm not sure, but I do know that 4 or 5 that I know joined the KLA.
Have asked the witness to specify what is meant with neighbors or neighborhoods, because that can mean a lot.
So could you specify what you mean with neighbors of yours who were joining the KLA? Is this
My neighbors, young men who joined the ranks of the KLA, 4 or 5 of them.
these people were living close to where you were living yourself?
On the main road of our neighborhood. And this is a long road. Some of them lived above me, some below me, but none from my family.
And these people, were they voluntarily joining the KLA, or were they called to join the KLA, or do you know that?
They volunteered to join the ranks. There was a call made, actually. How can I put it? All over Kosovo, it was kind of call or an appeal for whoever should join the KLA ranks to help to come to the rescue of the people and to face the enemy.
Okay.
Defense counsel, you have used 2 hours, so
yes, but
I
I'm
think
finished, Your Honor. So I think, let me just consult for a brief moment, but you? Anything? Last question that I have is, did you, after the war, join any kind of War Veterans Association?
No.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
thank you, defense counsel. Very well. Mr. Prosecutor, it's now almost 12:30. I leave it to you if you can proceed now with your cross-examination, or that we continue like we also did last week, that we have a break now, the normal lunch break, and then I ask CMU if the half an hour we don't use now, we use it later on, and then we put it all together. I leave it up to you.
Your Honors, I suggest that we continue after the break.
Very well. Mr. Ademi, we are now going to have a break of 1.5 hours for lunch, and after that, at 2 o'clock, we come back, and then it's the Specialist Prosecution Office who will continue with the examination. Is that clear for you?
No regular.
Yes.
Ask Madame Court Usher to usher you out, and we see you later on.
From this.
Thank you.
Okay, very well. Very well. We continue at 2 o'clock. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Very well. Before ushering the witness in, I will call appearances and give an oral order. I see that we are in the same composition, so that's noted for the record. I will give an oral order with regard to the recently disclosed material by the SPO. The panel notes that the SPO has requested the panel's leave to use the newly disclosed open source materials with witness 400 in cross-examination today, 28th of March 2022, via email sent at 9:42. The panel considers that the SPO has requested leave of the panel in accordance with paragraph 31 of the decision on the conduct of proceedings, and it has indicated why such material was not previously disclosed. The panel finds that the SPO has shown good cause for not disclosing it previously and takes into account that the newly disclosed materials consist of open source material. The panel therefore authorizes the SPO to use such material during the cross-examination of defense witness 400, so that's the next one, and further decides that the defense, if it so wishes, will be given some additional time during the breaks in order to study the material and consult with Mr. Mustafa to prepare its examination. This concludes the panel's oral order. Very well. Madame Court Usher, could you usher the witness in? In the meantime, I can tell you the schedule for today's session, for this afternoon. We will be here from 2 till 3:30. Then we have a quarter of an hour break, and then a half an hour till a quarter past 4. Yeah? Welcome back, Mr. Ademi.
Thank you.
Now proceed with the cross-examination by the counsel for the prosecution. And to tell you the time schedule for this afternoon, we will be in court in principle from now till 3:30. Then we will have a quarter of an hour break and then an additional half an hour. Okay? Understood?
No record.
Okay.
Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Honors. Mr. Ademi, good afternoon.
Përshëndetje, mirë ditë.
Good afternoon.
Mirë, mirë.
I'm well. It's not bad.
Mr. Ademi, I'm the counsel for the prosecution who will be examining you today. As we have limited time, I would kindly ask you to listen carefully to my questions and to give me exact answers without expanding or adding on. If that does not happen, I will ask you to stop and just focus on the question that I asked. This is in view of streamlining your examination for the benefit of the panel. Do you understand this advice?
Po?
Yes.
Mr. Ademi, today you said that from the Kosovo Red Cross during the war, there were just 7 of you working, and it's on page 15, line 18 to 20 of the transcript. Is that correct, that you said that?
Gjashtë vite, po 7 veta kemi punu.
7 of us. 6 or 7 of us.
Do you know any other person with the name of Ahmed Ademi who worked in Kosovo for the Red Cross during the war?
Po ai person jam unë.
That person is myself, Ahmed Ademi, who worked for the Red Cross and who is still working for the Red Cross.
Red Cross of Kosovo operating from the end of the war until today. Do you know any other Ahmed Ademi who's been working during that time for the Red Cross of Kosovo?
Po ju thash që unë jam
I told you I am Ahmed Ademi, who worked and still works. Ahmed Ademi is me.
Ademi, apart from yourself, who's been working for the Kosovo Red Cross?
unë falë.
I apologize. Yes, there was Hafiz Veseli, who worked there and still works. The late Muharrem.
My question was not about who the members were of the Red Cross of Kosovo. My question was, during the war, let me come back to it, during the war, was there anybody, apart from you, having the name Ahmed Ademi working for the Red Cross Kosovo? Or was it just only you?
Jo, vetëm unë e kam që.
No, with this name, it was only me. There was no other person with this name and surname. As far as I understood you.
And the same question relates to the period from between the end of the war until today. Do you know any other person with the name Ahmed Ademi who has worked for the Kosovo Red Cross within that time, or was it only you with that name and surname?
Emën tjetër unë nuk njoh, po
I don't know anybody else with that name except myself who worked that sort of job.
Any other person in Kosovo with the same name and the same surname as yours? Ahmed Ademi.
jo nuk njoh.
No, I don't.
Mr. Ademi, what is your father's name?
Sheriff.
Sheriff.
The beginning of the name of your father would be SH, correct?
Sh.
Sh. S-H. S-H.
I understand. Mr. Ademi, in your testimony today, and I'm referring specifically to page 54 and line 9, you indicated that none of your family members was in the KLA. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes, that's correct.
Nga familja jeme,
From my family, close family, there was no one who was a member.
You yourself a member of the Kosovo Liberation Army during the war?
unë vetë s'kam qenë ushtar,
I personally was not a soldier, but served the population with foodstuffs and medication, and the army was in the areas where I was, and I distributed the supplies, including foodstuffs, diapers, milk for the babies, and so forth.
answer. My question was slightly different. The question was, were you yourself a member of the Kosovo Liberation Army? Is it a simple yes or no question?
Jo.
No.
So I do understand correctly that, which naturally flows from your answer, that you were not a member of any Kosovo Liberation Army brigade or any other Kosovo Liberation Army military unit. Is that correct?
Kjo është sakt se s'ka.
It is correct that I was not a member of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Were you nonetheless performing your functions, duties at the Red Cross upon orders or decisions given to you by Kosovo Liberation Army commanders during the war?
Ne si kryqëku që
As Kosovo Red Cross, we did not take any orders from anybody. Nobody commanded us, nobody gave us orders to do things. We ourselves went out to help the population, to see what their needs were, collected the supplies and carried those supplies in backpacks, in hands, and took all those supplies to the areas where it was needed, in villages or towns, wherever it was needed.
Today you have told us on page 15, lines from 12 to 15, that there was a fund called Homeland Calling Fund. Is that correct?
po.
Yes.
Same line, that there was a pharmacy nearby from which people were getting medication, and this, as I understand it, this pharmacy was somehow linked to the Homeland Calling Fund. Was it linked to the Home Calling Fund?
Po e ka pas një
Yes, the pharmacy had an agreement. It was near us. It had an agreement with Homeland Calling, according to which whoever from the Red Cross came to be given medication without any problems. And this is what we did. We would go and collect the medication from the pharmacy for further distribution.
This Homeland Calling Fund was associated closely with the Kosovo Liberation Army. My question would then be, was that pharmacy we are talking about, was it run by the Kosovo Liberation Army?
Before you answer, Mr. Ademi, could you take off your headphone, please? Mr. Prosecutor, I might have missed it, so please correct me if I'm wrong. But this connection between Homeland Calling Fund and the KLA, did we discuss it today?
There was this, I could find in a moment the reference in the transcript. There was the question about this Homeland Calling Fund, and in the same paragraph, as far as I remember, there was also discussion about that pharmacy from people who are getting supplies. So to me, it occurred natural that there might be connection, but let's try to ask the question. I could repeat my question, asking whether there was indeed any connection.
But my question is more if there's a connection between Homeland Calling Fund and the KLA, because that's what you are implying now.
Yes, this is exactly what I'm implying, Your Honor, because we know that from other sources. It was not adduced in this case. However, we know from our knowledge, also historical knowledge, that Homeland Calling Fund was indeed associated with the KLA.
Yes, that could be a bit, do you understand that if you bring it forward here as without having it discussed I would have preferred that you would have introduced it in another way.
Of course, Your Honor, I'll do it differently. So my question is very simple. So my question to you, Mr. Ademi, would be then very simple. Was the pharmacy that we have just discussed run by the Kosovo Liberation Army?
I apologize, but I do not have any knowledge that that pharmacy was led by the KLA. We would just go there to collect the medication we needed for further distribution. That was all.
At that time during the war, running that pharmacy. Do you know his name, surname, nickname?
I don't know nicknames, but I know that there was a person with the surname Gara. I don't. For the moment, remember his name, but his last name was Gara.
Mr. Ademi, this is fine. Was that person, Gara, a member of the KLA, to the best of your knowledge?
I never saw him in a KLA uniform, and whenever I had contact with him at the pharmacy, I never saw him in a KLA uniform. I don't know whether he was a KLA member or not. I'm not sure.
Mr. Ademi, in your statement today, and we have it on page 17, line from 12 to 14th, you said that there were designated people who would come to get the supplies from us, I'm quoting you, and they would distribute those supplies further on in villages, towns. Is that correct?
There were persons whom I saw and who would come every now and then. I've seen them 2 times. They took supplies. Among them was Hafiz Veseli. He was a person designated to collect the supplies, the foodstuffs, the diapers, the blankets, and Muharrem Makoli. Now, late, he died a couple of months ago. And myself, I'm also amongst those who distributed the supplies to the population.
Was he a member of the Kosovo Liberation Army?
No. He never was, and he is not.
What about him?
Muharrem Makoli, as far as I know, was not a member of the KLA.
In your testimony today, you said that you, as Red Cross members, were going to different regions, and you specifically mentioned Drenica area, Lap area, Goliak area, Karadak, and Gilan. I can find a reference to your statement, to the testimony on page 15, lines 23, 24. Is that correct, that you were going to those areas?
Yes, that's correct. I went to these regions that I mentioned earlier.
Speaking about the Drenica area, where exactly were you going? To which place?
Unë kam shkua
I went to Shala. That's the name of the village, formerly known as Sedlar village in Glogots municipality or Drenas municipality.
Village called Shala, or formerly Sedlar. What was there?
ato ka pasën
There were people, population was there. There was a private hospital where population and the army were treated.
Who was running that hospital in that village, Shala?
po vjen shumë keq, po
I apologize, but I don't know the name. There were various doctors there, but I do not know their names.
That hospital operated or run by the Kosovo Liberation Army during the war?
nuk jam dianis më me
I don't know. I cannot give you an answer whether it was managed by the KLA or the doctors.
Or to that hospital?
në spital jam konë një herë,
Once to that hospital and 2 or 3 times to the village itself, and further I didn't go.
Lab area, the second area that you mentioned in your testimony, where were you going there? To which specific location?
unë personalisht kam shkuar
I personally went up to the village of Lupch, and there's a village nearby called Mayats. There were displaced persons in that area.
Was there any medical establishment in those places, Lupts and Mayans?
jo, s'kam pa as
No, I didn't see any. I didn't see any military hospital or anything similar. I only saw the building of Mother Teresa organization from where aid was distributed. It was a small house, and from that house, the members of Mother Teresa office would distribute the supplies to the people.
About lab area, did you during the war go to Lapashtica?
në Llapashtis nuk jam konë.
I did not go to La Pashtica.
About Golak area, could you name the place or places where you were going during the war to deliver supplies?
Po në zonën e Gollakut kam
Yes, in Golak area, I was in Bresalts village. If I'm not mistaken, I think that was the name of the village. Bresalts. It's towards Nova Brda. I went up to there to deliver supplies.
në atë fshat u konë
That village was almost abandoned. There was some population, but not as much as in other areas.
For example, like hospital, where you delivered your supplies there.
jo, mu
No, I didn't come across any such establishment, and I didn't see any.
How about Karadak? What was the place or places where you were delivering your supplies?
Karadak i bjen tash
Karadak and Golak are close to each other, so I cannot speak in exact terms. We call it both Karadak and Golak. Golak is from Gilan's side, whereas Karadak covers part of Podujev and Pristin, and there is a village called Glogovica.
Your supplies during the war within the Karadak zone? Is that what you are saying?
po është kjo fshati Glogovic.
The village of Glogovica is a bit below. There is like a hamlet, a neighborhood before you enter the village. That's where the point was where we would deliver the supplies, hand over the supplies.
How about Gilan? Where were you going to deliver your supplies in Gilan?
Në Gjelan kena shkua, I kemi
In Gilan, we would deliver the supplies in the offices of Mother Teresa. It's a building near the park, where the park nowadays is. That's where we would hand over the supplies and then return.
Mr. Ademi, do you know the unit of the Kosovo Liberation Army called BIA?
BS.
Bia? No. No, I don't know.
Your Honors, with your permission, I would like to put to the witness his own statement given to the defense, where he mentions exactly that unit, and I would like to ask him about it further.
Please proceed, Mr. Prosecutor.
This defense statement is dated 25th of May 2021, number DSM 00452 00459, page 6. There is a question in that transcript of your statement of the defense who says, can you remember who told you that? And you are talking, the people would come from all kinds of areas to the Red Cross, like from Gilan. And when they came, they would say, BIA. So I asked them, what does it mean? So they would say they would be soldiers of Kosovo. Do you say that? Did you say that to the defense, Mr. Ademi?
Ekziston mundësia që
It is possible I did say that, but for the moment I could not remember. It is possible that I said that, but personally I did not know the meaning of the word BIA.
But do you know at least what it was within the Kosovo Liberation Army?
si çfarë ishte.
What do you mean?
What was it? I'm not telling you to decipher the acronym BIA, but I'm asking you about whether you remember or you know what BIA was.
Unë për vete nuk e
I personally didn't know. They would say BIA, BIA. Now, whether they were a separate unit or a special unit, I don't know. But I heard from the people, from the population, those who came to our offices to get supplies. I heard them say Bia, 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 and when I asked them what they are, they said they belong to the army. To which army, I don't know. Now, whether they meant Bia for the KLA soldiers, that I don't know. But it was mentioned by people who came to the offices of the Red Cross.
People who are coming to the Red Cross offices and telling you that they were from BIA.
I was not aware of them because I didn't know anyone, but I heard people say in the office that BIA members came to get supplies. Among them was Salih. Then they called him Salih. I didn't know his name then. People refer to him as Salih. They got the supplies. Some other persons got the supplies, foodstuffs and medicaments and milk for babies and so on. They filled their bags and went on their way. He was 2 or 3 times in our office at that time, and that's where I heard the word BIA. But I don't know, and I didn't know, even now I don't know what BIA means.
Whether Salih was himself a member of BIA?
No, I didn't know that.
BIA.
I didn't, and I didn't know then. I didn't know who the members of BIA were. I didn't know.
Today you told us that when 3 KLA members came to Pristina and they spent the night at the house of your paternal uncle, and it's on page 41, lines 17, 18, and also on page 43, line 10. So my question would be, what is the name of your paternal uncle who accommodated those 3 KLA members?
My Suleiman Ademi is his name, but he is dead now.
Was he himself a KLA member?
No, he was about 8 years old and was a Haji.
Mr. Ademi, today you told us that after the war, you didn't join, and I quote, any kind of War Veterans Association. Is that correct?
After the war, I have always been in favor of humanism, and I didn't know to join any other association than the Red Cross where I work.
Friends, that I was giving is on page 55, lines from 13 to 15, Your Honors. Despite what you are saying, do you know whether you are indeed on the Kosovo Liberation Army Veterans list?
I am registered registered in that list, but I didn't take part in the war. They registered me on that list because of my contribution, of my toil, for as long as we worked. And they made me a veteran because of the work in logistics in all the places where I mentioned. So I am on that list, but I don't benefit anything from that status.
Yes.
I would like to ask you and the witness to take a pause when you have finished your question and your answer. Thank you.
Of course, Your Honors. Of course.
Mr. Witness, we have to wait after when you give the floor to the Mr. Prosecutor. Yeah? When you answer the question of Mr. Prosecutor, you have to wait for a moment, yeah? Because then the interpreters can do their work properly. If not, they don't have time to finish what they were translating from what you or Mr. Prosecutor were saying.
Mr. Ademi,
Na regel.
Mr. Ademi, you
Okay.
they registered me on that list because of my contribution. Who registered you on that Veterans KLA Association list?
Na lista na veteranen.
To my knowledge, I was registered on that list by the Drenica representatives for my contribution given in Drenica.
What is the name of the person or the names of the persons who registered you as a KLA veteran?
The name is Nehat. The last name I don't know, but I do know he is called Nehat, and the pseudonym was the Beard. He filled in the application for me because of my contribution to that zone during the war.
What was his position of that Nehat in the Kosovo Liberation Army?
Sipas dëgjimeve mas
After the war, I heard that he used to be a commander. He had about 15 soldiers under him at a certain point.
My question was about the war. Do you know whether he had any position in the Kosovo Liberation Army during the war?
për gjatë luftës
I don't know what his position was during the war, Nehati's position, but when we took supplies there, I saw him dressed in uniform. I was not interested to find out what his position was. I was keen only to leave the supplies there and to return as soon as possible to my city, Pristina.
Nehat, the beard in the uniform.
në atën e kom
I saw Nehat in Shal. Before it was called Sadlar, now Shal, the Drenots municipality.
In that hospital that you mentioned before?
afërsitë
In the vicinity of the hospital. In that village, but not exactly at the hospital, he was about some meters away from the hospital.
To meet Nehat and Beard in that vicinity? When was it when you met him?
ka ndodhur kjo kur
I saw Nehat for the second or the third time, I'm not sure, in Poklek village.
Talking about the time when you met Nehat the Beard during the war. When was it during the war?
Vite 98.
In 98.
Your Honors, could I kindly ask court officer to pull up on the screen the document ERN 105296 to 105317.
Please proceed.
On the other side of the screen, if possible, on the right-hand side, I would also kindly ask to pull up another document, which is a translation of it, of this first page at least, numbers 105296 to 105296 ET. So, Your Honors, this is the document downloaded from the official website of the government of Kosovo, where we have the name of former KLA soldiers, specifically from operational zone of Lab, and even more specifically, who are the members of the 151st Zahir Bayaziti Brigade. And this table presents the names and the veteran status of the people from that list. If we could scroll down to page 2 and focus on point number 50. Mr. Witness, under point 50 on that list, we have the name of Ahmed Ademi, and in the middle of it we can see the letters SH.
Oh,
Yes.
pozadni tu.
Yes, sir.
A few minutes ago, I asked you a very specific question, and the question was, were you a member of the KLA, to which you said no? And shortly after, my question was, were you a member of any brigade or any other Kosovo Liberation Army unit, to which you said no? Now, in front of you, you have the list of the Kosovo veterans, and it says specifically that you were indeed a member of Brigade 151. So could you tell the court whether you were a member of that brigade or not during the war?
Ona nas
I was not a member of the KLA. I was simply serving them. I only carried supplies to various places: Drenitz, Lap, Gulag, Karadak, Gilan. But it's not only me on the list. There are many others for their contribution. It's not necessary only to have a weapon and to go and fight. The list includes also people who have given their contribution. I was told by Nahat and others that your name is on the list of the war veterans because of the contribution you've given during 98-99 period.
Mr. Ademi, did you yourself submit any documents for the purpose of becoming the member of that Veterans Association and in order to be put on that list?
vetëm formularin
Only a form and it was in the last years, I think, in the recent years. Nehat called me. There were 2 or 3 others whom I don't know, and they said, we are filling in this document and will submit it for you to become a veteran because of your contribution.
But you were not a Kosovo Liberation Army member. Why did you agree for your name to be put there, to be listed amongst those who were KLA members, whereas you yourself were clearly not?
You are not Koskanchen.
I was not. But I carried supplies. And they wanted to do this honor to me, to put my name on this list. But I didn't take part in the war with the weapon and the uniform, but they wanted to respect me because of my work, because of my deeds. And they informed me of that. This association, and that's it.
That when Nehat and these other persons whom you don't know approached you, I'm talking about for the purpose of putting you on that list. When was it?
This happened 5 or 6 years ago, I think, sometimes like that. Maybe 7 years ago. I am not certain.
You have already said that, but I'm going to ask you this question nonetheless. Are you claiming any benefits of any sort because of you being on that list of KLA veterans, members of former Brigade 151?
I don't receive any benefits because I'm still working and I get a salary which I get from the Red Cross. I don't get any benefits from the state. It happened only once. They gave me 170 euros, but I reported that to Nehat. I said, please take them away because I don't need them. I'm still working. I got my salary from my sweat, so I don't need any such amount to be given to me from the Kosovo budget, state budget.
Move the document from the screen. Mr. Ademi, do you know a person whose name is Brahim Mehmetai, known also as Bimi?
I never knew him. Until recently, I saw him sitting in the very same place I'm sitting now. I saw him sitting here. Neither in Kosovo nor in Pristina have I ever met him.
Clear about what you have just said. Is your testimony that for the first time you saw Brahim Mehmetai, also known as Bimi, for the first time in this court, which was actually last week? Is that what you are saying?
Yes, yes.
Did you ever publicly express your appreciation or support in relation to the accused in this case, Mr. Salih Mustafa?
I didn't understand your question.
Did you ever publicly said or expressed in writing support or appreciation towards Salih Mustafa?
Unë personalisht për
I personally support Salih Mustafa. I have said that if someone comes to ask me, I will speak about what I have seen, the reality during the war and after the war. But I haven't seen Salih Mustafa more than 3 to 7 times in my life, and I didn't know him before.
Supported Salih Mustafa publicly, as I said, orally or in writing, or via other means of transmission, like electronic means, internet, for example. Anyway, any public expression of support.
për me gojë as me shkrim.
I haven't done that orally or in writing, but it is possible that I express my like on the internet page. And I don't know to have said anything in writing or orally, but I saw him on the internet and I made a like. Other than that, I don't think so.
Once or more than once?
Ekziston mundësia edhe më shumë.
Maybe more than once.
What was it that you used? What internet platform was it used by yourself to publish that like or likes?
Ta kom parë në internet
I saw his photo on the internet, Salih's photo. I saw writings, articles, and I expressed my like, but I didn't write anything.
Do you have a Facebook account?
po.
Yes.
Or more Facebook accounts?
Po për sa e di unë,
I think I have two accounts.
Your Honor, just for the sake of clarity of this point, I would kindly ask the court officer to put on the screen the following document, ERN 105294, 105294. So it's the same one-pager.
Thank you, Mr. Court Officer.
Mr. Ademi, is that your Facebook account that you are seeing in front of you?
po.
Yes.
Thank you. We could take it down, Your Honors. Could we now put on the screen document number 105295 to 105295? It's another one-pager. Mr. Ademi, is that also your Facebook account?
Po.
Yes.
Mr. Ademi, on the 18th of November 2019, Brahim Mehmetai Bimi, the person about whom we have just briefly discussed, he published 2 photographs depicting himself and Salih Mustafa. Could we put the document on the screen for the benefit of Your Honors and also for the benefit of the witness? This is SPOE 00325261. I would kindly ask to put this document on the left-hand side of the screen, and on the right-hand side, we could put the same document but with the English translation, so the document with ET extension. So, Mr. Ademi, as I said, on that date that you can see on the screen, which is 18th of November, Brahim Mehmetai published 2 photographs depicting himself and Salih Mustafa at the Pristina airport. And on that day, Salih Mustafa was flying to The Hague in response to the summons of the Specialist Prosecutor's Office in this very case. Do you remember that posting?
Yes, I remember this posting. Yes, Salih, I knew, but Bimi, I've never contacted him before. I only saw his photo. I put the photo because I wanted to respect Salih. They are friends, if I'm not mistaken, or how they call them. I have never had any contacts with Bimi. Of that, I am 100% sure. Only when I saw this photo, I expressed my like because of Salih.
Did you put any supportive comment underneath that posting, that Facebook posting?
I don't remember, I don't know. Maybe yes, maybe no, I don't know. But as far as like goes, yes. But for comments, I cannot say either yes or no. Like, yes, I confirm it.
Mr. Ademi, as you can read this posting, and I'm going to just read for the benefit of yourself and the court just a very short part of it, Brahim Mehmetai Bimi said the following things, among some others. The court that was set up against the Albanians who fought for liberation is a specialist court. This is a disgrace, an injustice. This is done to ignore and denigrate the liberators. Shame on those who summoned him and also those who cooked it. By sharing this Facebook post, do you agree with those lines that I have just read to you?
To be precise, to tell you the truth, I agree with some things, but not with everything, because a court is a court, justice is justice, and everyone has to come and express his views, their work. So, I don't see this posting as 100% correct or good, because I think that everyone should come and tell what they have seen and done.
Of Brahim Mehmetai, which you shared, which says, this is a disgrace and injustice, and this is done to ignore and denigrate the liberators.
To be frank with you, I saw Salih's photo because I didn't even read the text. Now that you are putting it to me, I'm reading it. I just, because of the photo, I said like, but I didn't read the text. I didn't read what was written there.
With this line that I have just put to you, that this is a disgrace and injustice, and this is done to ignore and denigrate the liberators. Do you agree with that? Mr. Ademi.
Përfundimisht unë s'jam dakord.
I don't agree because justice should tell the truth, and I don't agree with such things being written, especially with public postings to that effect.
On those who summoned him and also those who cooked it. Do you agree with that line?
Unë për ata që kanë thonë turp,
As to the words shame and those who have cooked, I cannot agree with them because law is law. And every person should come and report on their work, on their opinions. And then it's up to the court to decide whether people are guilty or not. So I don't see it as a reasonable thing.
You nevertheless published that post, correct?
për zotin s'jam i
To tell you the truth, I'm not certain. I don't know.
I would like to remove this document from the screen and put on the screen another document which is related to this Facebook post. SPOE 00325274, and I would be very happy to have it on the left-hand side, and we could have a translation on the right-hand side. Same number with ET at the end.
Thank you, Mr. Court Officer.
So we could see that amongst the people who commented on that Facebook post, there is also a person, Ahmed Ademi, and before you told us it was your account, Facebook account. It says, respect Commandant Salih in English. Respect Commander Salih. Do you remember publishing this comment?
ekziston mundësia që e kom
It is possible I did, and perhaps I did, respect Commander Salih, and that's it. It is just a comment, respect. I don't see anything bad in this.
Okay. Your Honor, could I have a very short moment of consultation with my colleague? Thank you.
Please proceed.
Your Honor, thank you very much for your kind patience. Mr. Ademi, before I started showing you that Facebook post, you said that it's possible that you also made other supporting postings. Is that correct? The posting supportive of Salih Mustafa.
Yes, I said earlier it is possible that I liked a certain post and this comment respect, it turns out I did make it.
I would like to show the witness the document, which is SPOE 00325284, and the same document with the English translation, with the extension ET.
Thank you, Mr. Court Officer.
Mr. Ademi, this is the post by Brahim Mehmetai, also known as Bimi, dated 18th of December 2019, and this is the day after Brahim Mehmetai was summoned by the specialist prosecutor's office. So you have the whole posting. Do you remember posting any comment underneath that Facebook post?
I'm not sure, but everything's possible. I could have made a comment, but I'm not certain. Consciously, I don't think so. I'm not sure.
Put on the screen another document, SPOE 003255318, and also its translation into English.
Thank you, Mr. Court Officer.
Mr. Ademi, under the post of Brahim Mehmetai Bimi, you published your comment, which says, "My respect to you, Commander. With you, Brahim Mehmetai Bimi." Didn't you?
Yes.
You are talking about Brahim Mehmetai, respect to you, Commander, but just a few minutes ago, you told us that the first time you saw Bimi and you realized who Bimi was simply last week when you saw him in court, sitting exactly where you are. And my question is, did you tell this court the truth? Did you not know Brahim Mehmetai Bimi when you posted your comment on the 18th of December 2019?
I swear to you, most sincerely, I did not know that that person was Commander Bimi, Ibrahim Mehmetai, up until that moment. And it's not that I commented or liked only his posts. I did not know that that person was Commander Bimi, Ibrahim Mehmetai, until he was here in this courtroom. I just made a comment, respect. Otherwise, I never spoke to him in my life.
You've just told us that you didn't know Brahim Mehmetai was a commander. Nevertheless, your post says, "My respect to you, Commander." So what is your answer to that?
Po, e kom shkruar se në
Yes, I wrote that because usually to those I write respect, they are commanders, whether it's Salih or Bimi or Mjekra, i.e. the beard. It doesn't matter. For me, they're all the same because I respected the KLA and their contribution for our liberation. And that's why I wrote Respect Commander.
Your Honors, very briefly, I'm not going to continue with too many more documents. However, I would like to show him another document with the era number 105322. Mr. Ademi, this is the repost of Brahim Mehmetai's profile dated 20th of February 2020. Did you repost that logo, that emblem?
Po,
Yes, I saw this. I liked it, and it was shared. Yes, I did that.
What is skifterat? Do you know?
për zotë skifterat,
I really don't know. I only know the bird that flies in the sky, the hawks. But otherwise, I don't know. Simply, when I like something, I make a like on the post and share it. But for the rest, I did not know who skifterat were. I only know of the bird that eats the chicken or the snake.
Told us that you didn't know anything about BIA. You just heard this name. But as you can see on this logo, on this photograph, there is a reference to the unit called Guerrilla BIA. Can you see that?
po e shoh.
Yes, I see. At the time, I did not hear about BIA or the guerrilla unit or the Hawks, Skifterat. I'm talking about the time of the war. So during the war, I did not hear about BIA or Skifterat or Hawks. As I said, I heard the word BIA from the population that would come to our offices to get supplies. But I swear to you, I never knew what BIA meant. As for the bird itself, the hawk, I know it is a bird that flies.
Just two more documents and I will be done with this part. Could we put on the screen the document number 105325? Mr. Ademi, as we can see, on the 11th of September 2020, you reposted these three photographs from a Facebook group named Zona Operative El Lapid, ZOL, with the heading La Pastice 1998. Is that correct?
Po e saktësht.
Yes, correct.
On these photographs, starting from the big one, which is slightly in the upper side of this photograph. Let's start from the left and move clockwise, from left to the right.
I don't know the persons on this photograph. One of the photographs below, I think it was on the left side. I think that's what I mentioned earlier, those from my neighborhood who went to join the KLA. One of them was on this photograph. The one near the vehicle here, it is my neighbor who went to fight in the service of his country. The one with a hat. He has a hat on his head. He is standing and has a hat.
With a hat.
On the left-hand side, or on the right-hand side, or in the middle?
He is with black clothes with a hat. On the jeep side, it would be on my right as I look at the photograph. He is standing. He is my neighbor.
In front of the green car or in front of the white car?
I think it's white color and there is a tire covered on the car. So it's not the young man with uniform kneeling, but the one standing. He is wearing black clothes and has a hat on his head. Fadil Hayrizi. He is my neighbor.
We can take down this document.
Please proceed, Mr. Court Officer.
Mr. Ademi, did you have contacts, any contacts, with Salih Mustafa since he was arrested by the Kosovo Specialist Chambers?
No, I didn't.
Did you have any contacts with any members of his family since Salih Mustafa was arrested?
I'm not certain. I can't remember. I don't remember.
Members of the family of Salih Mustafa?
I cannot say 100% yes that this person I know or that person I know. I'm not sure.
Mr. Ademi, I notice in the transcript of the defense statement with you, and I'm making reference to the transcript of the 25th of May, 2021, that is on DSM 00452. 00459, I can see on page 6 of this statement that at some point you took a break from that interview. Is that correct?
Not
Yes, we had a break. I've undergone an operation and I had an appointment. That appointment was even earlier. I had to go to clean the wound. So during the questioning, I told them that I need to go to the doctor to have my operation wound cleaned. So I went for an hour, did what I had to do, and came back.
That you had. Did you discuss the statement that you were giving to the defense with anyone?
Pe ati moment të cilën e kam bisedu.
From that moment when I spoke to the lawyer and up until today, I didn't speak to a single person. So I'm speaking here before you. And in the meantime, I did not speak to anybody.
Your Honor, a very brief moment of consultation and we might be wrapping up this cross-examination, but I would need just a second to consult my colleague.
Please proceed, Mr. Prosecutor.
Your Honors, maybe it's a good moment to take a very short break, as envisaged by Your Honors at the beginning of this session, and then we will state our position on other questions, if any, after the break. If we have any questions, it could be one or two, not more.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you.
Mr. Ademi, we will now have a break of 15 minutes, and then we will continue with your testimony. I will ask Madame Court Usher to usher you out for the moment. Yes?
Mirë, faleminderit.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Madame Court Usher. We will resume in 15 minutes. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Madame Court, oh no, first appearances, let me see. Yes, we are in the same composition. We proceed. Madame Court Usher, could you please usher the witness in? Thank you, Madame Court Usher. Welcome back, Mr. Ademi.
Yes, Jetta.
Thank you.
Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Your Honors, we don't have any further questions in this cross-examination.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Victims' Counsel, do you have questions? It's your time.
Thank you, Your Honours. We will not pose any questions to the witness. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Defense Counsel, do you wish to proceed with the redirect examination of the witness?
No, Your Honor, we have no further questions.
Thank you, Defense Counsel. Mr. Ademi, you have been asked several questions by the Defense Counsel and by Mr. Prosecutor. And we have now some questions from the side of the panel. And I would like to give the floor to the judge on my left-hand side. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Ademi, you said today on page 44, lines 6 and 7 of the transcript, and you were speaking about the 3 KLM members who came after the incident related to your family. You said the following: they spent that night at my paternal's uncle's house. The next morning, we met up. Is that correct?
Yes, they came that night in the evening. They stayed at my uncle's home. And on the next day in the morning, we went to various houses of the neighborhood, talking with the population. And they tried to calm down the population, telling them wise, popular sayings and so on, until the evening, when they left toward a village in the vicinity of Pristina, in the direction of Lop, I think they went.
In your statement to the defense on 25 May 2021 at DSM 00456, you said the following: they came at night time and spent the night at the house of my paternal uncle. I stayed with them. We stayed together until the next day, until 11 or 12 in the evening. So, did you stay with them the night, or did you meet them the following day?
Këta në mramje kanë ardhur.
They came in the evening, these three persons. They talked with me. I took them to my uncle's home. They spent the night there. And on the next morning, they woke up, talked with me, and talked with the population until the evening, when at about 11 in the evening, I accompanied them towards a road that goes to Lap. There is a village or a kind of neighborhood there, and I showed them the way towards Kolovica, and they went to Lap.
So you did not stay with them during that night?
Këta natën kanë flejt vetë.
They slept there inside the house. We stayed outside in the yard. I personally stayed outside in order to provide some sort of security for fear that someone might show up from the Serb police or army to capture them. So we, in a way, stayed up all night. And they stayed, as I said, there until the next day in the evening.
You stayed the entire night in the yard?
Gjithë natën.
Yes. I might have gone inside for 5 minutes, 10 minutes to my own house, which was next to my uncle's home. I just drank water or tea for 5-10 minutes, and then I went back to the yard or up to the little street in front of the house, surveying the road, seeing whether some Serb, army or police might show up. But these three persons slept at the house of my uncle, whereas we stayed outside.
Okay. In the same DSM, in the same statement, DSM 00456, you said, after a question by the defense counsel, did you know any of these people? Once again, referring to the KLA members. I knew one of them because I used to come before the NATO bombing. He came 2 or 3 with soldiers. I think it was Salih and some others. At that time, you thought it was Salih. Were you sure it was Salih, or are you not sure it was Salih?
Më thonë vërtetën.
To tell you the truth, I wasn't certain because I didn't know him before. He was 2 or 3 times there before the bombing to get supplies. He was with 2 or 3 persons, milk for children and other such supplies, foodstuffs, diapers and clothes. So they filled their sacks or bags and left. Then I heard people saying Salih, Salih, but I personally didn't know him then.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further question.
Thank you. Mr. Ademi, there are no further questions from the side of the panel, and that means that we have reached the end of your testimony. I would like to thank you, Mr. Ademi, for the efforts you put into giving your testimony, which I believe will help us in our effort to find the truth and to gain more clarity with regard to what you have stated today. So thank you very much. We wish you a safe journey home. I remind you not to discuss your testimony before the specialist chambers with anyone. This is the end of your testimony for today.
Ju përshëndes, jeni.
Thank you, and rest assured that no one will know what I said in my statement or here, and I wish you good work.
I only said that you don't have to discuss it. You should not discuss it with anyone. But people have, of course, heard. Madam Court Usher, could you please usher the witness out of the courtroom? Thank you, Madam Court Usher. Let me see. Mr. Prosecutor, is there something you would like to raise with the panel?
No, Your Honor, nothing.
Thank you. And the Victims' Counsel?
No, thank you.
Very well. Defense Counsel, something for you that you would like to discuss with the panel?
No, thank you very much, Your Honor.
Okay, very well. Then, if the parties and the Victims' Counsel have anything to raise, we will resume tomorrow, the 29th of March, at 9:30 in the morning, with the testimony of witness 400. Yes. And as always, I thank the parties and the Victims' Counsel for their attendance, and I thank the interpreters, the audiovisual booth, the stenographer, and the security for their assistance today. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise.